Hello and welcome back to Having a Brawl. Today we're going to be exploring a Explore deck built around Kanzo, current conductor, who benefits from the Explore mechanic. Some of you may know this Explore mechanic through cards like Spyglass Siren, creating map tokens that allow you to explore. And there are also cards that explore directly, such as Jade-like Spelunker and Xenos. Otherwise, the deck is pretty straightforward, all about big creatures, attempting to attack with them and finish off our... Without further ado, let's jump into some games and see how we do. Modifying some settings really quick and then we're good. Apologies folks, I'll be right back. My apologies, and I am back. Let's jump into our first game with the Explore deck. Up against Eudora, Grave Gardener. Rare commander I've never heard of. Take a look at that in a moment. Hand is not keepable. Only have green mana and only 2 lands at that. Alright, this hand is much better. Got a curve. Some good removal. And yeah, Eudora the Grave Gardener. 5 mana 5/5. Retreat eyes, you battlefield face down. Forest. Interesting. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and start on Wizard class. Get it out there. Ready for when we need it. Opponent on Elvish Mystic. Okay. Go ahead and get our commander out. Next turn, if we don't want to cast either of these, well, any of these, we can go ahead and just draw 2 cards with this. Opponent reading our commander. Not a lot of ways a green deck could move my commander at this, but it's not impossible. Drops Lissalana Dignitary, another card I haven't seen. Behold an elf or a 2. Okay, and tap for 7 green. Only if there's an elf that's in there. Alright, I think we'll just go ahead and draw 2 cards. Pass. No reason to attack. You can double block, sacrifices. No explore cards yet. Unfortunately, there's not a super large amount of explore cards, even with that's supporting it. At least not in green only. But there's enough to make a functional deck. And there's the little spell. Okay. That's fine. We weren't really doing much with that yet anyway. And we'll just go ahead and replay our command. We do have a bit of sneak and ninjutsu in this deck. Helps us replay our explore cards to trigger flash, reach, and full. Surprised our opponent didn't hang on to that to surprise block. And we're not really doing much, so I'm going to go ahead and level this up to the last level. Drop a forest. Looks like this is mostly an elf tribal deck. Which makes sense a bit. We can hold up this for protection. A lot of the cards that we use for artifact enchantment removal are a nod to the shrines running rampant in the format. And I try to put cards in that are also functional outside of the artifact or enchantment removal. So that if we're not up against things like that, we don't draw dead cards. Sacrificing the Hunter Maze to draw a card. Goes in for an attack with one slot archer. Save that and take 4. For reason to take that out, the card's not super barrier. Pass it. Redraw. Pathfinding X. One of the less powerful explore cards, but we have to include all we can. And now we are safe to start attacking. Might even be nice to hit Michelangelo. Which they probably won't, creatures. And even if they do, at least we get to kill them. So, go ahead and... yeah, let's try Michelangelo's candy. It can get Moon Snare Specialist and Scout or Shadow. Go ahead and get something else. So bounce a creature. Probably worth a bounce. Can bounce their take them off mana for now. Get another land. We'll go ahead and drop it. Actually, we'll drop the untapped land right there. Happy to trade Moonsnare Specialist. They're drawn some archer. They go back. Opponent's not doing much either at the moment. And they do move to attacks. Even if they blow us out, that's fine. I don't care. Their specialist. It's a good card, don't get me wrong. Oops. And call. Pick it out. And we'll just get our commander. Play the extra. Don't need X Age. We already have plenty of artifacts and pumps up our commander. We do have a big creature now, so groups upright and we'll go ahead and do that. Get some more green mana. We are a little light for a pretty green heavy hand. And we'll just get the painless light. Not hurting for colors, particularly. Not for blue. That lets us pump our commander again. He could double block, but we killed both. That's probably worth doing. We'll go ahead and attack. They might be eager to kill our commander off, and that's fine. Alright, and we have a nice blocker back. That if we need. Happy to trade this away. Got Moon Circuit Hacker, another ninjutsu card. With our ninjas deck, I kind of fell in love with ninjutsu as a mechanic. Engaging Brawl, very strong card. Very powerful. That's also a very good draw. Also with all the mana we have. And yeah, I think we're just gonna play it for X equals 7. We can make a creature that potentially could rival Rampaging Brawl. Yeah, we're just going to keep that on top so we can just go next turn and also just throw our creatures. And back to top. Alright, so now our creature is massive. And this potentially could attack for 7+. They hit a land 5, so 12. 7, and we could block it and kill it. If we're going to safely attack with. And she's just 1 toughness above the killer. So things are looking good. Our opponent doesn't seem to be drawing very well. And plenty of hits. 5, 7, 8. That's not bad. +10, and vigilance. Alright, so we block. And we block enough. Oh no, this has trample. So block. Yep, I think that kills us. Just because of the 1 trampler. It's 11. That'll still do 11. Oh, we are dead. Okay. Well played. Not a huge fan of cards that just single-handedly win there. But what are you gonna do? Not a big deal. Not shrines. Again. Moving on. Close game, we would have had it next turn if they didn't have that. In hindsight, well, we couldn't have known that was coming, but it would have been better not to attack. Wan Shi Tong. Permanent owner. Very second from the top. We're hitting some very different current commanders I don't think I've ever seen. I've never seen. Target non-man permanent owner puts it on the top, or into their library second from the top, or on the bottom. And cards are put in the library. Get up there 1/1. Okay. Seems interesting. I like facing different decks. And this hand is fine. Try to hit Mori. explore. Or not surprise survey. This is a definite nod to the Shrine decks. It was very effective in one of my testing mains. And card draw is always the modified version of this card, the alchemy version, more powerful than the regular. Okay, passes. Alright, we will just play our commander. I have counter spell. These are the kind of cards I really like. I like to try strategies that are out of the honest work. Okay, that's fine. Thankfully, I have ways to. We will just play the Wizard class, attack, and this. I like that card, it's very powerful. We're not on the mana yet, but they did make our commander in. And we have Wizard class, so we'll keep that on top. Plan to probably draw next week. Passes. Alright, perfect time to use Wizard class to draw. Or much harder to counter abilities, although they might have it. Maybe they do. Okay. A land drop. And on blue, I'm not too worried about taking full extra damage from the mana base, so I'll get an untapped dual land to play the Spy class. One thing I like is that this deck functions fine without my commander, and if you've played Brawl at all, people irrationally target even when they're clearly not part. When it brainstorms, and we'll go ahead and use the map right away with the mana from commander. Try and make sure we keep any land drops. And we'll explore onto the sea couch. Probably don't want more swamp right now, honestly, since we don't have a payoff. Looking at our Sea Note Scout and our Wizard class. Something that is good to do in playing Arena is learning cards and not having to look at them, hover over them. Hovering over cards does give your opponent information. It signals something. Okay. Opponent held up mana. So we're just gonna attack and plan the level. Anytime you can waste an opponent's turn, it's good. Mono blue decks in particular, if they have a lot of counter spells, if you have ways to use your mana without casting spells, a lot of the time you can waste their mana. Which is a good thing. Statistically speaking, you're more the deck that uses more of their mana is more. Which makes sense in practice. Opponent didn't use mana, that's good. Big Tree City, here it is. Alright, once the one comes out. And And yeah, we'll just keep that in second from the top. I'm totally fine with getting some more drop. Righty. Another land. It'd just be draw 3 here. Well, we could draw more than that. We'll drop this. And we'll shuffle away the wizard class, not a big deal. Really need it. We are heavy on green in our hand, but this only gets an island, that's fine. We can put counters on creature and drop cards. Counters our biggest creature. Okay, then we can back it. And we redrew the wizard class, that's pretty fun. Okay, so we'll drop this land, trade from history, and probably the axe jaw. Okay, got a pretty good hand. Great Henge is a fantastic card. In my opinion, a little bit of a mistake, but in this format, you got to get all the edge you can. Looking at our Spyglass Siren and our Xenon Scout. Bouncing our Xenon Scout, that's fine. Opponent attacks with everything. No blocks. Alright, but we are going to attempt to play Michelangelo. Might have a response. Giving me a card and paying for it. Spyglass Siren. There's a hang there. They've got something. That's something that looks like they interact with their green. Eventually. I mean, getting all these spells out of their hand is a good thing. We have way more cards than them. Assuming we don't die from attacks, we are in well positioned. Bury them. Last pull for Mick. A wizard classic. Sure. This time I'm going to put it on bottom. I know. Passing. One thing we would like is more creature. We can play the Deep Fathom Echo, see what happens, and potentially remove. Eventually they will run out of interaction. This is an instant, so we do it during their upkeep. So if they use mana to counter it, they lose it on their turn. They use something right now. That's ideal though. Perfect. Cool. Alright. So we can use that to kill their commander. We don't have any dragons in the deck. We're just instant kill spell, which is okay. Turns it into a rabbit until end of turn. This. Probably don't need that. What we'd like right now is a little more life gain if possible. And might as well attack. Bring down 10. Probably text the Beat Fathom Echo, and we'll just put it on bottom. And like I said before, we just need life. And they are shields down, so now is the perfect time to go ahead and free our commander in case. Alternatively, this only gains us 2 life, does not keep us alive. This blocks their commander in theory, gains us 2 life, and free card. Play. And no attacks. Next turn we can get the henge out and draw some cards. Games in a row that are just circumstantially unfortunate. What are you gonna do? Moving on. Hey, our Ninja's deck started out with 2 losses. Okay. And honestly, I don't mind losing against decks that are not mainstream as much. At least that deck was trying to do something interesting. Benefiting off of putting cards into library is very different sort of take. Ooh, speaking of mainstream, we'll give it the old college try though. And is fine. Turn 1 Spyglass Siren into commander next turn. And potentially use Ninja to bounce. Spyglass Siren, get another map. When it leaves mana up, go ahead and go to attack. And we'll make them waste their mana. This Veil land. And yeah, we want more land, so we'll keep that up. I think it's Try to take as little damage from Inhabit as possible. BB is unfortunately broken in half and so lots and lots. Anyone who thinks this card is okay is either a fanboy or off their rock. Nothing good about that. Not fair and balanced. That into play tap. And we'll keep this back in case we need. BB can get extremely large very quickly.
Chance of storms today? 100%.
And brainstorm. When choosing blocker. And blazing. And removal for Spyglass. This tap is honestly doesn't. I would have only wanted it around to block BB and now. Unless they have some way to untap. And gutters. Nasty. And enter the Enigma. Probably considering just scooping.
If you don't want to get zapped, don't pick a fight.
Okay.
Tinkering pays off.
Finally, our turn. And I think we'll do Michelangelo's technique and see. If we attack this, they're likely to block, which we actually do want. So, either get 2 damage in, kill the gutter snipe, or the okay. Okay, Wild Growth Walker is one of our better payoffs for exploring. And just the better creature in general, and Miss Syndicate Naga is strong. Alright, and we'll go find an island to play Thousand Face Shadow as a chump blocker. Opponent looking at our creatures. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to win this game. We're paired against 2 random creature or random decks I've never seen, and then randomly paired against one of the most broken decks in the format. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and scoop it up. I'm not enjoying this at all, and we're not likely to win anyway. I don't like playing against decks like that. Not fun. I had a friend say if I wanted to watch an opponent play with themselves, there's websites for that. Silly. Cave Row. Line bitten. Okay. Yeah, makes a comes in as a copy of anything in the grave. A creature in the grave. Okay. Fine, and our hand is acceptable. Got a couple ways to explore, some card draw, and stuff. Would like some more green mana, but we can. Vaultborn Tyrant's great, but not what we need right now. Definitely want to keep hitting our land drops if we want to cast spells like Tyrant, Mrs. Tyrant, whatever you want to say. Okay, just go ahead and play a commander. Next turn we can go Wizard class Merfolk Branchwalker, depending on it. We don't draw anything. Do what we want to play. Kite Sail, or not Kite Sail. It's a Utterball Elite. I think we'll start by attacking. If he blocks, no big deal. We'll just play what we were planning to play. If he doesn't block, Mist Syndicate Naga play. Okay, I'll choose block. That's fine. Probably don't need that. We probably just want to wait. Okay, class. Mindstone. Draw a card, discard. Okay. That's not as fine. Well, like our plan is to dump our hand as much as possible next turn. Let's see. Start with here. Explorer onto Branchwalker. Play it on green. Once. And we don't want that right now because it's just gonna actually we won't draw it. We'll keep that on top as removal. Might be too far behind already, but okay. Maximum hand size. Oh, we have Wizard class. I almost forgot. We have no maximum hand size. Right. Okay. Still in this. I mean, that's a lot of nasty stuff in the grave you can make copies of. But we might still be too far behind. Opponent sacrificing Jin to find a card. And yeah, nasty Reanimator deck. Not what we built this deck for. move on. On to the next one. I swear this deck won games in testing. Right, if we lose maybe one or two more, we'll just switch decks. No reason we need to stick to this. We don't want to. Dietora the Incinerator, another of the boogeymen of the format. Not quite on the same level as some of the more nasty commanders, but still pretty powerful. Actually, this is not the Dietora, or the card I thought it was. Thinking of the one that makes the egg tokens on it. Still good though, still powerful, but less mainstream, which I prefer. Our hand is fine. If they play some early ramp, we can destroy it with Wilt. Assuming it's artifact based, though they're in green, so not necessarily going to happen. Alright, we'll play Temple. And we'll put Rex Age on the bottom for now. We already have artifact and enchantment removal. New Generation Technique, good card. We'll play Botanical Sanctum, play our commander. Next turn, we could, in theory, play New Generation Technique. Okay. Play Cascade. And Ramp. Get one of each. In case they happen to have non-basic land destruction, good to have some basics. Blitzball into a 1/1 with death touch squirrel annoyance. That is a weird card. Okay. Let's see, 2 plus 3 plus 1. That's 6 mana. We can play a land, play our commander, mutate onto it. And enter the unknown. Play an extra land. And dismiss. And yeah, we'll take that. Play a tap land. Implying a much different style of deck than Dietora was. Interesting. Okay. We will put a shield counter on our commander. And make a... Alright, well... Maybe we gain some life to buffer, because it looks like he's trying to deal direct damage. Our opponent for 6, and we'll drop away. Surveil land left to look for, but hitting our deck of a land is not nothing. Remember, other creature you control enters, you may exile top card of your library. The attacks you can play card exile. Right. Thinking did not exile a card here. That's a heck of a draw. Yeah, that's a very powerful. Okay. So put 2 counters on the Titan and draw 9. Don't need to blow up any artifacts or enchantments. Play. Alternatively, on our commander, since he has a shield counter, less likely to get destroyed. Although he's only got 1 mana up. Not too worried about that. Ding, ding, draw. Nice refill for our hand. Excellent. Land, and let's just deal with Kuja. He's a very nasty guy that we don't want sticking around. And I guess if I could have attacked it, I have vigilance right now, but he could block it and kill it. Better not to. Opponent takes 6. Turn, and we'll pitch it. In fact, we'll pitch just a paper. We don't need fetch land. We are. Alright, so not sure why he's choosing not to exile things. Downside. X4. Token away. Alright. Food snare specialist, bounce. Whirl noise. And that opens us up. Back. Go ahead and do this first so that if you want. Yep, and we'll take more card draw. So he'll for now anyway. And at risk of another board wipe, we will just hold on to this one. And he left his commander in the graveyard. We probably, or potentially just clicked Rolanoids. Cycle will. Deal damage which will power each. Well, that is a horde wipe, like I was thinking. But wilt. Look for a room. Find one, that's okay. That's okay. Good deal. Right? Their commander. I mean, play. Jade Light Storm. 3, 6, 7. Do that. Present something he needs to deal with. Gonna keep pitching. That's 10. Yeah, let's do that. Right. To play that again, that's totally fine. They'll have hand. Oh, but that's fine. Passing. Right, player commander. A River Knight for Herald. River Herald Guide. Got plenty of mana for anything we might draw. 13 people. Witness. Okay. Got something in mind. Puja? Where's Commander?
Your token's copy of a card exile.
Oh, sorry. Makes 3 copies or something. Notably, if he lets that go to the command zone, it's okay. Filling our command yet again. And that, honestly. Okay. So looks like Rishkar's expertise is depending on okay. Haywire Might to deal with better. Commander is now permanently gone. So if this dies, he does not have access to a situation that doesn't come up very often when we find ourselves. And we'll hold up this removal. Probably just hold up our hand. Don't need either. Not helping us. Self. So we'll just. Adapting. Not sure what we need more mana for, but or anything we just attacker. Another non-token creature leaves the battlefield. Alright, we might remove that. Here. Empty-handed. Getting commander. Opponent commander. Alright, looks like maybe the play is just to flood the board. And we'll have to choose something to kill. But he'll be going down creatures while I have. I think it starts with attacking. If it doesn't block, you can get in with one of our ninjutsu cards. It does block down a creature, which works. no problem. So that gives us 7 mana left. Okay. Michelangelo and Mist Syndicate Naga. Although, honestly, so am I, so we'll see. It's anybody's game. Ending down to 5 is my biggest. That is really nice card. What a top deck, I gotta say. That's yeah, I think we double block Michelangelo life, so sacrifice that. Michelangelo, he has something else to do it. We don't want that sticking around. He gets card draw consistently, probably our path. A 10 mana for our command. A 2 mana command. Taxed all the way to 10 mana. That doesn't say something about the tank, and then its graveyard. That Harry has reanimate and might just be dead. But we'll see. Honestly, kind of amazed this game is still going on considering how many cards we're playing. Oh. And yeah, that probably seals the game, folks. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and scoop it up. I don't think we'll come back to that. Okay. So, when I lose 4 or 5 games in a row, that signals to me that it's time to switch it up. But we're going to switch it up. Clearly, this is not the night for my Explore deck. Go ahead and crack this pack here. No new commons or uncommons. Did get a mythic. Echnodrome. This is actually a card I was hoping to get. Nice sacrifice outlet for artifacts, which is pretty rare. And it just gets bigger and bigger. I love cards like this. Very cool. Probably throw that in several decks. I like food and little token artifact deck. Alright, let's take a look at what we have. So we've got a couple versions of Thassa I built recently. One is built around bouncing and stunning every creature might play, grinding out that way with creatures. The other Thassa, more of a general Thassa deck, trying to bounce creature value. Salty Ninjutsu. So ever since I played Ninja deck, not this one. There it is. The Kaito deck, I've kind of fallen in love with Jutsu, as I said before. This was my attempt to add all the good Jutsu cards. Fortunately, there's not a good Sultai commander for ninjas, even though ninjas are in those colors. Mostly for Kanagawa-based sets. But the one we did find is not too bad. I don't play him often because he doesn't really... He can make my creatures unblockable, or make himself unblockable, or his frog token. Although we only have, I think, 3 enchantments, so don't get the frog that often. He can make himself unblockable, though, which trigger is good for trigger Jutsu. There's just not a lot of Sultai options And this is literally the only one that has anything at all to do. Even though it's more based on Gone Fishing, and that's a fun one. Give that one a shot. Also, this is an easy deck, which is fun. Try Gone Fishing. A green-blue food-based deck. That's one of my favorite arena only. William and Arcot. Fishes up giant sea creatures. The flavor, literally, pun intended, is perfect in the card. And it's fine. Actually, great. I love it. Factor. So we'll give this a shot. But you sacrifice food tokens, the bait, as it were, to fish up different sea creatures. And you can play them with his ability. He also has hexproof until he deals damage, so if you're facing a deck you think is going to try and kill him, you can just not attack or block with him and use him as an engine. Usually the play, especially our new deck, no doubt they're going to have. This is what? For Strike Tribal. Okay. First strike, double strike tribal. Okay. Well, we'll start on Maya play. If anything's going to draw out removal, it's this card. As a general rule, if you see this card, you probably should remove it. This card is insane. And in this deck especially. Opponent looking at the goose might be removing it, that's fine. Alright, then we'll go ahead and play Leaves on the Vine. The 3 cards, get food. Did not hit creature. So, mostly just mill 3 creature food, unfortunately. We're not going to have a creature to put card counters on. That's okay. That kind of confirms that it's just first strike tribal. I mean, what else besides that? Yep, alright. We'll just play a manufacturer, see what happens. And having this be a forest with the Automite actually surprisingly good, so we don't have to pay life. And it can pump itself, so no blocks. Also, I wouldn't block her anyway, he might. 3. Alright. 5. Fortunately, they didn't draw land there. Cord for mana. Hello? Sorry about that, folks. Like my cats are doing things. Alright, we'll just play Forensic Gadgeteer. Things are activated to go artifacts. Cost 1 less to activate. Pretty cool with. And clue tokens, which gave me. Othering Tide. No artifacts. Right, yeah, we'll just let him have the artifact. Kill his guy. Some tokens. Maybe, hopefully, draw into melee. Fortunately, we. Well, this can get us some more card draw. Hopefully, get our lane. Target confirmed. Pocket nuts. Cemetery Gatekeeper. That's the spell. Exile. What's the exile? Instant. Aether Ice could be good. Need to hit our lands. Possible. That's not a land. If this doesn't draw a single land, I'm just going to move on, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to move on. I'm tired of missing drops. There's no reason for that. What's the guy got to do to get a land around here? And it's not like we didn't have lands in our opening hand. We had 3, which is usually a good average. So never drew one again. And up against Sorin Imperious Bloodlord, this deck can be very nasty, especially with Dark Ritual. Get 5 drops on times. 5+ drop, bigger creep. But they're not guaranteed that. All right, Goose Mother, got some ramp, got lands. All right, let's give this a shot. I really like Heap Harvest, and it ramps us. We can sacrifice it to give Human Artok to in and get ourselves. I think we'll just go ahead and fill in, or maybe try to save that to get Pain Signet. Have the crazy start. And cool thing we can do with our fetch lands is if we have 3 forests, we can fetch the Bread Cabin to get a free food. Trick we can do with our mana base. And honestly, we do want to keep. And harvest. Grab a basic. To make sure we have green, we have lots of green.
I have not survived millennia to
That's
stand
usually the
down
play
now.
is. And that's the card in the standard deck. Let's see. Put that counters on. Just make a bunch of food. Few food. And threaten that or block. Yeah, let's do that. 3. Try to keep that in. 5. Oh, wait, does it start out as a 2/2? It does. Ah, okay. Cool. I will gladly take the trade if
So
offered. Yep, definitely take that trade. I don't want Westgate Region, and especially with Bloodletter out. Foaming Wave could come in handy. Let's see. Play Engunar Talk. Back our Heat Harvest. island. And that helps us. Letter. I guess that could gain flying. Although annoying our opponents. Let's play the Tarn, go get another island, and dig again. Alternatively, we could just bounce creatures. No, actually we can't. We can't use this. Alright. They... Notably, it can also be creatures in our hand. That came from us. Nezahal is undoubtedly... Can't play this turn, but... Alright, so... Here... And... Does pressure his Planeswalker and his life total. Okay. Off our get third crab. That's a 1-for-1. Got the crab. Heal. Still threatening his commander. And it bring light. Target it maybe. Got hexproof.
Fiends thirst for life.
6. Alright, let's start here. Go get an Academy Manufacturer first. Yeah. 3, and then we play. Yeah, that's probably the play. And then kill off. I don't mind if he kills mine. Not a big deal. No, wait. Play him. And in fact, we can actually... Yeah, sure. How do we... Alright, banner's down. Depending on what happens, we're probably going to whelming wait. Nope, notably, Sea Dasher Octopus will not be down. Yeah, definitely down. That's the fix. Okay. Let's see what's go ahead. Calming wave. We played that factor. Let's see. Let's just see what. Tap down. Flyer. draw a card, see what. Okay, that's a fine draw. And might need to start eating food to stay alive. Cool, that's down to 2. And yeah, now we're forced to bounce. We need some. Oh, no. Are we going to win a game tonight? Take your bets. Place your bets. That is 5 or 6 losses in a row. Sometimes Arena be like that. They say there's no such thing as rigged decks, but I don't. I've played almost 2,500 games. Definitely. And not promising. Renko, mob boss. Very powerful in Commander. Also pretty powerful here, but not quite as much. And boom. I need more land, and I don't have much really in. Just this. Or no, you can't count on this. Okay, that's better. So search engine. Land drops at least, which is nice. Knock on wood. Forest. Take our beats. Notably, this is. Oh, it is a goblin. I thought it was. Didn't realize. Not exactly the most goblin of goblins. All-born tyrant could be good later. Yeah, let's start with. Not hit a creature. No attack. Alright, Renko can come down this turn. Nothing to wait though. That card is really good with Renko. Okay, that card could be very good. Alright, put a counter on it. Could kneel for it. Had you had an event putting a creature in the or we could just bounce to. No, we have an untap. So in that case, we want to get to an untapped losers. What's it? Attack for? Because we'll happily trade. I doubt he will, but. Anything we prefer over. Prisoner's good. That's actually probably better because we're not making a lot of tokens. Maybe I'll do bricks. Or and sacrifice. It does put us a turn off of whelming. Maybe gadgets here, and we still sacrifice the. Actually, let's do that. That way we have land up, blocker, or sorry, food up. Probably don't. Yeah, and the eat. Opponent likely looking for a way to get Franco haste. Token this time. So we could wait another turn. Maybe play this, catch up Alright, let's do that. We're not like dying. Even then, I don't think we're actually get the tough cookie for another blocker and another cookie. Okay. And just Krenko's not attacking, he's tapping. But Whelming Wave rid of all the tokens permanently. That's it. And now if he attacks with the kill it. Alright, opponent makes tokens. Take any trade we can get here. Likely. Card is like that one. Not like that one. These are creatures. Okay. Here. Like he's maybe just trying to do his attacking all out. We will take the trades we can get, that way you can't replay. Although we won't be blocking that. Alright, so we definitely want to kill the block here. And we might as well block this 6. No, 7. Yeah, first. Alright. That's a draw. Which we land here about this. Really have much of a place. Oh, I guess I could have. Yeah, I can give. Yeah, these scoops that I don't think the game was over by any stretch, but I set it back a couple turns. I'll take it. Hey, but would you look at that? We won a game. I know, crazy, right? We'll take it, though. We'll take it. All right, up against Aerith, last lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if you get life, the creature back to your hand, in your grave, and 7 more. And is pretty good. Yeah. Put the tough cookie into front Gadgeteer. And killing. Alright, so he's not likely to play counter spells. Get the cavern out. Edge maze. I want to try to hit our land drops. Keep that on top. Okay. See this card very often, huh? These 3-mana ramp cards are. Alright, on tough cookie. We don't need the Wicked Wolf, we can play Oh Yeah, Artok. Pristine Talisman, now that one makes sense. Tap land, but I think we want to play Heap. Green. Deck is honestly mostly just a splash of blue. Food is predominant. Rogues, acid. Good card. Very strong. Rock Straight Fender, double attacking with Trollara. Negating. Oh, no. Okay. Dray Leader's Knight. Yeah, we could do Dray Leader into Thieves, vice versa. Play. Big creature. That on bear, even if it really matter. Life. Alright, and put a creature in the grave for the last chapter. And depending on what happens, we would take a trade with Trollson. Tapping very carefully. Okay. Did not attack this item. And alright. And it's probably time to start fishing. I'll leave that. We'll start. Harvest Sacrifice. And we're just going to get more green. We have very green heavy. At least. The Deer Cracking, one of the better cards. I mean, we're not a mill deck, even. Cabins. Good card. Cracking. And. Yeah, play our Captain. Play the Kraken. Great these tokens are going to be fantastic against this deck. Make sure that we don't find ways to get around our blockers. They are just... if presented with the option to build our Heliod, what off deck wondering him. It is insane. Eric. Okay, so if he taps the Pristine Talisman, that becomes a 6/6. Right? Yeah, he'll gain life. This will trigger. This will trigger. It's a 6/6. So we can. I'm okay with trading here. Leonard Dre Leader is at the end of the day. Creature. Takes that off the board and makes Heliod no feature. Oh yeah, whatever. It's fine. Okay, so killing something seems in order. Can we get this? Probably. We do have 3 food. Make another food. I mean, we're not in any major danger. We gain lots of money. And have really big creatures, but we. Maybe it's Mutagen Man, or we start with a Yumnark. That's probably the play. That is actually kind of pain. That is nasty. And this is a bigger base. Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then eat Binwu. Seems like a or no eat. Oh, we don't have the. Let's just get some counters out and deter it. Replace Trelisara. Might sacrifice the rocket. Nope. Tapping carefully for something. What's this? Waka. Reach, trample, combat damage, destroys one target artifact that player controls. You can figure at the beginning of your end step. If the counter was put on Waka this turn. Okay. So, how much life does he gain? None this turn. He attacks. Okay, so he taps this, gains a life. Or gains 2 life. Okay, we'll just block with it. Gain 6. Yeah, he'll gain enough to bring it back, so. Well, no. It's Just a tentacle, that's fine. Give your end step. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's start with Dasher Octopus. Figures bounce ability. Okay, let's do it again. Using Tough Cookie. We want to try to find some like card drop. Dunkwinder is one heck of a card if we can find a way to make it. And we make a token every turn. Not too bad, not too bad. We'll just get the Graviteer out. And bide our time. Trample on this guy is annoying, but let's do that. I mean, we don't have any artifacts for him to go up right now. Not really a good attack here. Anything that would kill this, we can block. Alright. Do the Coney. That gives us a food token. Let's see. Other creatures you control get +2 on the turn. Indestructible. Crazy. Okay, so let's start with do the Coney skills. Probably Rock Sweep. And tap something else down. Sarah. And see that. Oh, yeah, I'm in a card. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm in a card. Yeah, I'm in a do we want him attacking with this card? Isn't pirate. Let's just get our first. Right. Put an upkeep stops. We're still going to hang on to it. It doesn't really benefit us on the board right now. What we need is card draw or beatable token. blow up one other thing, it would be pristine. Got something in his hand. Passage to get through for free. Not ideal. But not the end of the world. Well, I guess I could have. That's okay. Making a mistakey, but we can use this to tap something in. Tentacle dude. Do we even have an article? Our land? Yeah. In fact, I think I'm just gonna sack this right now. That is a way to make tokens. Okay, play the provisioner, and we actually make 2 tokens. Countering a spell could, like I said before, we really need. I guess this could potentially draw us cards to play. Well, you can get in for free 8 damage minimum. Brings us down to 5 and dead next turn. We really need something. I don't know what it is, but we need something. Doesn't have the mana for passage. Okay, that draws us some cards. So this is very. In fact, that could allow us to get a free attack. Neoform, turn. Let's see. Neoform, yeah. Neoform the sigil starfish in. Things are about to get crazy. I don't believe I'm saying that word, but this is about to get insane. So no to that. We neoform the starfish into Academy Manufactured. And then Goose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can 18 tokens. Oh, cow. That's insane. Oh, yeah, baby. Love it. Okay, tap. 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 Wow. That was very cool. Draw another card. I mean, yeah. He's letting us back those. Oh, it's the combination of mutagen man. That's insane. And Steel Seekers all little bit. Go get a new source. Oh my goodness. Doesn't matter what I pick here. Oh man, this is nuts. Whew. Icy. Oh, so good. I don't know about you, but I would have quit by now. Because we're getting in for a bunch. Just start. Goose Mother was an insane draw. So. Whew. Oh, that's nuts. That is absolutely insane. Let's get this down. And just keep drawing cards. Okay, and then now they can just beat. Cannot block. From 50 something to, oh my god. Boy, imagine if this puts stun counters on things. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. We'll reveal that, though. And we can sacrifice these at instant speed if we need life or whatever. I don't blame him for getting rid of that, but it might be too late. Yeah, that's fine. Probably don't. Removal right now. Heal. We're not missing land drops ever again. And honestly, I'm not really sure what he could have that could save him, especially with Grook's Uprising in mind. Okay, that's a thing. We're gonna go ahead and decline this time. All right. So he's protected for a turn. What we want to do is try to hit another of the guy. We're not going to play... Oh, actually not. We're going to keep digging to try and find another junk winder. We have a lot of attempts at it. There it is. Okay, so what we want to do is keep up as much mana on his turn as possible to tap things down. We can play these though, I mean, they're free. The mana's going to go away anyway, so we might as well. You know, we're just going to play these creatures. We don't need to mutate because we can't target his stuff anyway. Play the Shire. Yeah, we'll keep that on top. And we need to make as many tokens as we can on his turn. We'll play the Goose. That's worth it because we make a food, a treasure. And sacrificing those are free. It's... But we need to pay for the... Okay, yeah, we're good. Alright. No maximum hand size from Nezahal, so... Right. I'm not as in danger as it looks. If he targets with Rogue's Passage, we tap that creature down. Okay. Let's tap down everything that has the ability to gain life. We already tapped the Trampler down. Let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12. You have plenty of tentacles. Fine. Then we can gain life. You know what? To be on the safe side, better to just tap down his biggest one. Okay, tap down Heliod. Okay. And do your worst. You might have a board wipe here, which would be devastating. But there's nothing we can do about it if he does. He'll either have a board wipe or he'll give himself as much life as possible. Looks like he's just going for the life gain angle. Fine. No. He does have double white. He probably has a board wipe. That's unfortunate. But we can bounce his stuff too, so not the end of the world, it's just not great. Yeah, probably a board wipe here. If not, I think he's just dead. A board wipe. Maybe, let's see. The one that lets you find lands. He has something. Maybe trying to kill the manufacturer. I'm not that worried about it at this point. Okay. Oh, I draw a card. He's targeting a treasure. Let's see, what else is it? Another treasure. What's he targeting? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Just for good measure. Sure. You know what? Why not? We'll attack with everything if he's not dead. We can Rivers rebuke him. And that's the game. and absolutely crazy game against Aerith Last Ancient. Absolutely nutty. Alright. Take a quick break. The words of one of my favorite YouTubers. We're gonna stretch the water and get a glass of legs. Something like that. Stay tuned, folks. I'll be right back in 5. Alright, folks, I have returned. Try some more games with Oyamenartok food. Gone fishing. Up against the Jolly Balloon Man. Pretty cool card. I am a fan of E effect type decks. So this one seems pretty cool to me. Not sure how it functions in red and white, but definitely cool. Alright, and it's fine. Make an early food. Get courier out, find another food. Opponent mulliganing heavily. A lot of times when you see that, they scoop up when the game starts. Alright. It looked like they mulliganed more than they actually twice. We're on the goose. Maybe try to get doubling season out as quick as possible and start benefiting from that. Good. Go courier. And then turn 3, play Oyamenartok if the goose stays alive. Creature enters, each opponent exiles a card from their hand and make that card for cast this way costs 1 more cast. Land played this way enter. That's fine. We're not in any rush to play that anyway, so. Alright, we could also play Gadgeteer, but I think the play is Courier of Comestibles here. And probably Heat Harvest just to keep ramping. Potentially trade with the Light Stall. I'll just be live there. Alright, opponent passes. Play land. And brand. We'll grab an island just so we have basics of colors. And we can just pass. Next turn we could get and opponent scoops it up. Probably miss the land drops, that happens quite a bit with Brawl. The thing about Brawl is that there's no stakes really to losing. You don't lose rank or anything like that in Brawl, so people scoop it up for pretty much anything not going their way a lot of the time. I am actually kind of a fan of the idea of a ranked, and although unfortunately that would mean only you're going to see is the most powerful decks, especially in the higher tiers, so maybe it's not for the best. The ideal solution would be a 4-player Brawl format. Amazing. But they have openly stated that they're not actively pursuing anything like that. The only real clue to the contrary is some cards that have been printed directly to Arena, and so they're not in paper, actually reference each opponent. And why would they have cards that are digital only in a one-on-one client that say each opponent? Unless maybe they intend to make it a thing, multiplayer a thing. Say, more than 2-player a thing. And it's fine, we can start on a tap land. Yeah. Okay, cool. That means we don't have any tap lands technically, but we'll just make... Don't have anything to play. I've tried to make this card work a few times. It's got potential, but of course the last time I tried to do it, maybe we'll give it another shot. Alright, so just go island, tough cookie. turn we could play Goose Mother or Provision. Black green is likely to have removal, so I don't want to put my Provision without trying to get value out of it. Sylvan Tutor's nice though. We'll save that and probably go fetch Academy Manufactor. On a turn we can play it at the same time. So it's either Mutagen or probably just Mutagen. Flyer. X. Pair of food for Oyamin Artok. Mythos. And Ace House. Let's him play. Lands, creatures, and enchantments from the top of his deck after all of them. Fatal Push, yes. Fetch lands, so Fatal Push would be overall first either of these. Revolt. Favorite. Take 3. You can crack back for 5, so. Alright, so we'll start on attacks. See what he does. And yeah, we can make one, so we'll just go ahead and draw a card. Alright, one takes it. Provisioner. And actually we can use Sylvan Tutor to get the Academy. So we use all our mana. Yeah, almost always right play is Academy. Card things. Absolutely insane. Let's try to put this on top. For some reason I was thinking I put it. No, that might be a bit much. It's already pretty. Iron Steel Hydra. Looks like maybe he's going the Hydra tribal route. And we'll take another 3. Okay. Let's see. I think maybe it's a Yeminar talk. Which would deal combat damage. Okay, so we could kill this. Let's try that. I want to do full control because I want to sacrifice the trigger, so oh, that's fine. I do have how much was that up for forgetting I made a treasure. Opponent might have protection. Okay. Not much we can do about that. Thankfully, this doesn't trigger. But it does gain him some. Right, now I'm sure we can do. We can get to a place where we can start chump blocking him. First step is to draw more land. Okay. Let's just mitigate some damage. We don't want to try not dealing combat damage to this. So they get to Will we have another protection spell? Something's holding. And ugh, that's frustrating. And we're not drawing land, so that's also frustrating. We'll just play the manufacturer and if we draw an untapped land, we could play Feasting Troll King, which is good. And especially if Manufacturer stays alive. Block there. Okay, we did not draw one, which honestly is very important. Just play this on to buy ourselves another. Can't block the Iron Scale Hydra in theory. Drachma. All we need is an untapped land. Be okay. Please drop that. Doubling season. Potentially scary. Rampaging Groundodon is extremely scary. Land off the top, another land off the top. Don't move. Block the Drachma. Yeah, block the Drachma. And we have no choice but to block the Iron Scale Hydra and let it counters. He's got something. What? But that's why we didn't block the manufacturer. And that seals the deal. Without that, we don't have the ability to play Feast of Troll King on our turn. There's not really anything we can draw against. Unfortunate. We were a victim of Mana Screw. Our opponent was not. In fact, if anything, they were flooded, but they had. Unfortunate. Moving on. Ah, okay. So Shintai of Life's Origin. Shrines, one of my matchups. I hate that deck. I think Shrines used to be really cool and interesting, and now they've just got built around auto include, not deck. It's become a ridiculous. You had to actually try before, and now you don't. Put all the shrines in a deck, and you're going to win the game. For the most part. I mean, they can be beat, but you definitely need to be skewed in the on wall. Mulligan, some interaction. I mean, won't necessarily. This could help. Reverse Rebuke could help. We'll give this a shot. Turn 1, Wormlet. Good. Alright, let's try to dig for something interesting. Which we do need some ways to make food at some point. Or get our strategy. We definitely don't want another land right now. For one. This could also be helpful because it bounces Goshintai and all his token creature shrines. Another land. Not exactly what I'm looking for. We'll just keep building up our mana base. And naturally, Goshintai comes out. Okay, that's enchantment removal, so that could be. That creature. Alright, so we'll just play a land and hope. Slow him down. We're gonna go ahead and bounce that. We need to? Probably not. We can just bounce everything. Opponent might not attack because I have open mana. Does attack. You know, let's just blow him up. And yeah, I think save Veltuara as a land potentially. Okay, Studiconi's is not bad. Okay. Really need to draw into some action. At least we do have one source of food. Plays Goshintai. Plays Destiny Spinner. Alright, I think it's Mutagen Man. Get some Mutagen. Gives our guy Death Touch with him, so we're gonna hang on to those for now. Reason we need to activate that right now. On Next Moon Ancient, tripling his unit. That is pretty scary. Okay, so we build up the Teething Wormlet and kill it instead. Alright, so we can't let it happen. That could get out of hand very easily. I mean, yeah, he can potentially play it. That means we can sacrifice our food for free if we need to. We're not in any rush. You can get it back with Goshintai, but that's going to take at least 2 turns. I'm 17. expected, he's going to try and get it. Might be the time to Rivers Rebuke. We'll see what happens. Attacks. Yeah, I'm thinking bounces before. Probably the play. Get in for some damage. We're not going to win the long game here, so we should shorten the game. In for 10. Down to 7. Signet. Probably back into his command. Maybe not. Maybe the token guy. Back into his commander. He's wanting to get that information back, I imagine. 2 mana left. Justice. Alright. Tough Cookie is fine drop. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, that's actually a great draw because that means we can animate our tokens. Good. And it costs 1 less because of gadgets here, which means we can. Yeah, pressuring their life total as well. That right. Oh, that came out this turn. That was mine. Not much I can do about that now. That's okay. Okay, block. My mistake. Okay. Not ideal. We're going to crack the clue to draw some cards. Draw a card. Try to dig for something. Another. Enchantment. Thankfully that's fine. Okay, Rishkar's expertise is fine. Not bad at all. Okay, I think it's him. Into cost 40. Still didn't hit him. Can't activate that. This turn is. Okay, let's see what we get here. Play. And yeah, let's just grab that to try and trigger the hinge. draw a card and also help fix our draw. Still no. Okay. Yeah. Pass. No good attacks here. And honestly, knowing this deck, this could go downhill right from here. Very easy. Alright, reanimating next turn. He doesn't have a payoff for all that mana. Not ideal. Saying better lucky than good. Didn't I? Well, we can still draw a bunch of cards next turn. Have it. I am very surprised he. Okay. Alright, which card's expertise? Give me some good. Let's start here. And it's something. That's something that probably. We cannot target his enchantment. Except for welcome to maybe I mean manufacturer is fantastic, fortunately. So let's go with welcome. No, it's welcome. Probably just these out. Good. Probably this. I guess it makes a body a big body. Potentially. Well, we don't have a lot. Food. One of our remove. Okay. We can draw a couple cards with this next turn. Henge still functions even if our creature 7 years. That's just gonna kill us eventually. We really need it. Opponent sacrificing. Okay. You might think because I discarded this, I've written off ever attacking again, or ever targeting his stuff again. Going to find card draw. Strange that he did that in me. Yeah, I should have seen that. I mean, the henge still functions. Okay, he did not attack. Okay, so let's start here. Just a couple answers. But we do want creatures so that we can draw into it. Everything costs 3 mana, so it doesn't really. Card. Cabbage Merchant. Play out the draw card. Honestly, this probably wins in the game. Draws a load of cards. I'm just gonna move on. I didn't find it. And this right here, this kind of play out is why I built the deck that gets just right. It's so annoying. It's so annoying how easily they can just take the game away from you. But I digress. Let's just move on to the next one. Against Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Deck that likes to exile your stuff. Can be a mill deck, can just be a theft deck where they take your stuff against. Wait a minute. Different. Still does pretty much. Or at least has a similar strat. And is a bit slow, but he goes. I'm gonna mulligan this, I think, because I want some early game pressure. Another slow hand. In fact, even slower. Mulligan again. Okay, this is a little better. Still not great, but we get an early food. And Polygon. I guess I could draw a card off our let's bank on hitting the lake. Got the Academy Manufacturer, so assuming we find spells to benefit from it, would be good. Start with Scryland. No. With many partings in hand, I'm not in any rush to draw more lands. What card would I want? What creature would I want to play at the moment? I can't think of any, so we'll just go ahead and find the land, create the food, then fetch, or then fetch a surveil. Okay. We want to hit out Oyama Nartok on time. With his hexproof, he's most likely to get. stay on the field and help us against blue black. I mean, and looks like land and yep. Well, that wasn't a game at all, now was it? Ooze spill. Okay, well, we've tried food out. We did have one really good game with it. Let's try something else. Let's try out the Sidisi deck. Sidisi's all about, if you've played, if you know the card Birthing Pod, it's got similar vibes, except it is, instead of Birthing Pod taking creatures out of your deck, Sidisi takes creatures out of the graveyard. Got some cool lines. It's more of an Aristocrats deck than anything else. One of the better ones I've built recently. I'm a big fan of Aristocrats. When I first started playing, Blood Artist got printed not too long after, maybe like a year after. And I loved Vampires. I started with original Zendikar, and Vampires was a thing in Standard. And I really fell in love with the tribe, with Vampire Nocturnus especially. This is kind of a slow hand, but it's fine. I can just drop my commander turn 2 if I want. Good piece. Good shot. Alright. Womp. If it looks like he might try to counter things, I can drop it. Hasn't. I'll hang on to the cavern for now in case he does it later. Made you to ramp. Okay. Go ahead and play Callous Blood Mage. Ourselves a card. That's a good drop. Don't really need to keep this up because you can only do it as a sorcery. Oh, I guess you can't keep it up. Next turn, get the Heart specs out and keep the mana up for Village Rights, potentially sacrificing the cards because opponent on Mirax. Zookeeper Mechan. Taps red. I guess it's a mana rock or mana dork. For picture you control this card, how much you'll play for the quest counter. Or more quest counters on it. So it's like a quest. Several different. Coastal Piracy. Oski. Alright, Blood Witch is also really good. Potentially being something we get back to get the Blood Mage back. So we'll keep doing what we were doing. Past the turn, we can't get really any good attacks in, so plan to Village Rights on. Or if he tries to remove. And this is a pretty good card. This is lots of good success. Prevails and copies a creature's and then potentially draws you a card. Sensing a bit of a wanting lots of card draw. Alright. Rights. Back the Blood Mage. Bloodghast, one of the best creatures in our deck. Can repeatedly be used to bring back 3-drops. So I think what we do is play it, bring back Bloodmate. Hard, very, very good stuff. Any reason we need to exile his grave? Anything to worry about? Something was. Oh, duh. Rail 3. You didn't want any of those, which is a little scary. You know what? Just for good measure. Just in case. You never know. Alright, play the Swamp, Bloodghast back. Play the Blood Witch, and hold up Malekith. And attack for 3. You can see there's really cool lines in this deck. They're in pretty good shape. Could kill him out of nowhere with a Merchant. Looks like he's maybe trying to get a second copy of his Commander. Makes sense. Plays a non-creature this turn. He can also draw a card. Counter on both of these. Maybe. And I think it's Conrad. Don't really have a way to sack Ward 1. We'll just play the Sir Conrad. I suppose I should have waited to play the land. That's fine. You can always come back with it. Let's it through. Okay. Card can be very powerful. If you can get the other side. Not too hard to activate. Rail. And if it's in cards, you won't get a token this turn. I will likely trade with at least one of those. I don't mind losing Sir Conrad. I mean, I can bring. Might be a little bit blockable. Okay. In fact, we can block Malekith Reaper. So we want to see with full control, so that the order oh wait, it doesn't make a difference because yeah, okay. So we'll just here and plan to Malekith Reaper. Still does damage. No, I can't take it back now. That's fine. Not a big deal. We'll also get to draw a couple cards. Right. You get the leech. You get to take out the we are closer to killing them than you might think. Between Grey Merchant and Vengeful Blood Witch and Conrad, we have quite a bit of damage. Ooh, reanimate. Okay, so we start. Yeah, we start with attacking. No, never mind. We'll just sack the. No, not 5. Sack the blood gas. That will deal 3 damage. Exile his grave again. Just to be on the safe side. Then we can bring back the blood gas. Yeah, and then we play Grey Merchant and kill him. So, yeah, Grey Merchant first and attack. That's game. Cool. Yeah, that's the deck. That's pretty much strategy. Even without Grey Merchant, we have great lines to just beat our opponents for surprising amounts. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. I love aristocrats, and the commander is a lot of fun. On to the next game. Big drink here. Up against Jetmir, Nexus of Rebels. Essentially a Craterhoof Behemoth in the command zone. Card is extremely powerful. Plaguecrafter could help here to thin his field some, depending on how aggressive he builds his board. A mulligan might be in order to try and find a board wipe. This is a good hand. I'm going to give it a shot. Alright, so what we want to do is get Sidisi out as early as possible. If he uses a turn killing Sidisi, we're okay with that because that means he's not using that turn to build creatures. And then Plaguecrafter, Reassembling Skeleton into Plaguecrafter again. Those kind of lines can really thin out his... That's our best bet for keeping him off. Scrap Gorger is a fine one to make him sacrifice. I think that's the play. And next turn we could play Skeleton, sack it, hit Plaguecraft back. Also takes him off his ramp, and opponent scoops it up. That's a strong sign that he was counting on that ramp to keep him in mana. And sometimes taking them off of their mana dorks is the way to go, and can just win you the game that early in the game. There's an old saying called Bolt the Bird, referencing using the card Lightning Bolt to deal 3 damage to the card Birds of Paradise. a 1 green mana creature that taps for 1 mana of any color. And it's a sound philosophy even to this day. It came out very early in the game's inception. Both of those cards were in the original set, Alpha. And the thought behind it is keep your opponent from accelerating their mana too much when you can early in the game. As a general rule, that's your best bet. Some people might say, hey, maybe save the lightning bolt for something stronger, but if you can keep them from getting to that something stronger, that's even better. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, return from your graveyard to your hand. That's kind of cool. 4 mana though, that's too much. If it went back to the battlefield, that. And honestly, they could have made it that, and it would have been fun. I mean, look at Bloodghast. Returns when you just play a land. They could also adjust the stats. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're not playing it. Let's jump into another game with the DC. That's 2 wins. What, 2 or 3 wins? One of them wasn't much of a game. Okay. Up against Ong at the Crossroads, or Aang? Aang? I've never actually watched the show. Aang at the Crossroads. That is a strange combination of abilities, but an undoubtedly strong. Or strong. Undoubtedly several strong builds. This hand is quite slow, but I do have some very good cards here. I'm gonna give it a shot. Start on swamp. Opponent on Scryland. Either Alter or Sidisi. Start with Alter. Less likely to get removed. And combos well with Spirited Simulacrum. Coming on Elder's Mystic. Okay, that's a good draw. And place a DC so that if they do try to kill the DC, I can sack, make a food. Tara doubles triggered abilities of allies. Okay. And I'd love to get this leveled up before I move forward. Might be worth it. Well, any of the plays I have this, I think maybe just set up with 50 room. No attacks. Also gives us a decent blocker. And if they have removal, they have to remove that. Or, well, it's highly recommended. This card is crazy. It's a copy of Fang. Okay, so kind of a combo version of this deck. Soul Herder, okay. So he just wants to keep re-triggering Fang. Gaining some life. Oh, that's right. It's that is a lot of board. Don't think they should be attacking. Wouldn't. I didn't think so. Okay. Opponent re-triggering Aang again. This deck feels a lot like my Garuda deck. Just trying to trigger Aang as much as possible. Garuda, you just want to trigger him as much as possible. And kind of do the same thing this guy's doing. I'll have to try that deck out on the stream at some point. Take a couple of bears. That is a lot of creatures. Four lands. He has 4 lands. All that on 4 lands. Paging the is this a problem, Doctor? Say yes, it's a problem. This is not okay. There's nothing about this that's okay. Not on this turn. Not this early in the game. That shouldn't be possible. Okay. Alright, so I think the play... Yeah, okay, so we play the Phyrexian. We play the Simulacrum. We activate just the mana. It's not going to give us a mill this time, even so. We'll see what we draw. We get a food and a treasure. And then we play Fang. Yeah. I mean, I don't see us winning this game. This is way too much. In fact, I'm just gonna stop wasting my time and move on. I mean, there's no coming back from that much unless I have a board wipe, and I don't. So. That's okay. I mean, not every game's gonna look like that, and if it does, I think the game is beyond repair. Okay, up against Stormslayer, that card is nasty, but it should be a okay. This hand is kind of slow. We don't have pieces. We do have the Chupacabra. I think I'm gonna mulligan this just because a little more gas would be preferable. Okay, this is a good hand, especially with the Greaves. And the Deluge could be very helpful against. That's what we needed for that last game. Yeah, okay, I like this hand, so we're going to keep. Notably, we can't play Bloodghast right away, but okay. Actually, if we start on Rebirth, but we can play Lightning usually. So let's start there. So we might want to use this for its spell side. Right, perfect. Alright, we'll get the Bloodcast going. This was also in my original standard deck with Vampire Nocturnus. Heir Apparent. It is apparent to me that that card is good. Okay, start with attacking. I don't imagine our opponent block. I don't know what's happening. Why would you block? That was really weird. Okay, that's fine. Next turn we could play Junji with power and sacrificing Bloodghast. That I don't understand why they blocked there. Didn't really accomplish anything. Except preventing 2 damage? Maybe they have reanimation. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I really like the line with MTG here because we can have haste. Give them haste, I don't know. Or anything. Alright. Junji's also a really good attacker. Having flying and menace makes it very difficult to block. And we don't really have a reason to play our hand, so keep up the pressure and see what they do. You could have board wipes in this deck, hard to say. If they do wipe our board, we can make them discard 2 cards though to help offset the damage it gives them. Alright, so a Petra's Monument plus a Heir Apparent. Pretty strong. Pretty strong. Means we might need to wipe the board. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they just commit as much as possible, and we can roll them out a bit with our own board wipe. If they play another one, I would be surprised if they didn't. When I wipe the board. Making another rabbit. I don't know why they didn't do warrior. Maybe they have rabbit buffs or something. Okay. Start with attacking. Why are they blocking with the Heir Apparent and not the tokens? I mean, they don't get pumped, but whatever. What are you gonna do? Now the question is, do we deluge and make them discard 2? That's probably the play. Maybe not. No, we need this to keep pressure on. So we'll just do X equals 2. Also means we lose less life. Okay. Play a land. We're in pretty good shape. This game is far from over. Elspeth herself is extremely powerful and capable of seeing. Though notably, they need flying blockers to keep her safe.
So long as we fight, hope can
Soldier,
grow.
or a pair of soldiers, I should say. All right, just get in there. His opponent is making some very strange decisions.
Amusing.
You know what? Let's just place it easy at this point. We have plenty of mana to replay everything. And more bodies means more pressure. Although I don't see them unless they can make a flying Heir Apparent. Admittedly, they can make a wide board like with ham sandwich. Combining combining Oketra's Monument in Elspeth. All creatures, mana value, that is insane. Oh boy. That's a lot of rabbits. Okay. Well, we went from winning to dead in a matter of no time. As I said, Elspeth can just take games away from you.
Blessing.
Well, no, Travel's right. Yeah. We need another board wipe. That's the only thing that'll. That's not. Let's see what we mill over. It could be something useful. Unfortunately, well, we hit 2 creatures. We did. Alright, so we have a 6-drop and a 2. Okay, so we get Desecrator, stacking, making them discard 2. Okay. Okay. We try to bring this back to life just to see what. Make a black mana. Make a couple black mana. No more creatures. Okay, a couple more creatures. Cutthroat. Yeah, I don't think there's any way out of this. Fortunately, but probably honestly should have gotten yeah. This is game. And you can see why Elspeth is yet another problem. I really don't like cards that can just steal games. Like single-handedly with barely any help. I mean, okay. Admittedly, the one that reanimated all the rabbits was pretty clutch. That was probably what won them the game. But the whole team having flying and making double tokens, those two parts also heavily contributed to the fact that I could not stop them. Maybe I could have played it differently. I don't think there was a win there. Probably started with getting Williport Cutthroat back first, but that would have required playing Victimize first, which sacrifices would have been gone. So, I don't know. Okay, up against 5-color Cloud, which is Najila. This card is a problem everywhere. It is literally the EDH levels of powerful. This card is one of the commanders people in competitive Commander play as their commander. should not be allowed. I don't think cards that are competitive levels of Commander should be allowed in a one-on-one singleton format, but you know, I have a lot of opinions. What can you say? This hand is good though, so we'll give it a shot. Orcish Bowmaster is especially good here. Assuming they're trying to draw any kind of cards. I mean, 5 colors probably. Opponent taking their time. Ndatha Triome. And we'll just hold up Orcish Bowmasters. Okay. Notably, the nerfed version of Orcish Bowmasters looks like they've got removal. Okay. Alright, probably not a good idea to let them have unblockable creatures, so we're just going to go ahead and kill that. I've got removal too, yo. Alright, I'm happy we're hitting our land drops. We'll place it easy, and then if he goes to remove it, we can use Deadly Display. Creatures you control have haste. That is scary. Right? I would have preferred a land there, but that's okay. We'll just go ahead and get the Thunder out. I guess might as well attack for one. Plants have eyeballs. That's really weird. You have hexproof. Then all non-counter damage would be up to you to other creatures you control. Okay. Alright, at this point, yeah, I want to get lands, so we'll sacrifice the Pitiless Plunder. We can get them back. Did not draw a land. But let's go ahead and get the Greaves out. Protect our commander. And no attacks. This targets, so Barricade needs to go away before we can use this guy's ability. Herald's Horn. Warrior. Okay. Alright, we finally hit a land. Let's just get in with Juji. Okay, and protect our commander. Beauty of Lightning Greaves. Next turn we can play Vein Ripper and attack again. Assuming he doesn't have any flying blockers. I mean, hey, we can win the old-fashioned way. Expedition map, find the World Tree, maybe? Five-color decks do really like the World Tree. Nope, Free Tree City. Alright, playing Warrior. Alright, Board Wipe is good. Alright, let's just keep aggroing. 5. And keep protecting. And they hit a warrior. Bloodline Pretender. Hey, that's not a warrior. Well, it is. And Bloodline Pretender. And the Gila. I think they're dead. Dead. And that's game. Well, cool. They had just a weirdly flying creature aggro start. Sometimes flying creatures, hard to block creatures get there. They just do. Okay. Alright, well, let's keep rolling. The DC doing good work. Taking down a deck that I was honestly pretty scared of. So, happy with that. Hydrate, folks. We hydrate. Earth hold the world seed. Lands. I would challenge you to find a lands deck that's not ridiculous. And this is no exception. This hand is really, really powerful. If I just draw lands for the first few turns, I'd be happy. Grave Pact is an insane card. When it starts on Mystic. Let's just get the tap on out of the way. Arthol does care about its grave somewhat, but we want to hit our spells on top. We don't want to tap on getting in the way. Okay. Potentially getting Meat Hook out turn 3 could be good. Let's just play Sidisi. She'll survive it. Okay. Mosswood Dread Knight card. Yeah, and I think I still want. Still got something. What else? Okay. Yeah, let's just go ahead and massacre and kill off his 2 dorks. Gain a couple of life. Makes Grave Pact better. Seek to ramp. And surveil. When it passes. Okay. And let's just slam Grave Pact. And honestly, we could attack, but I don't think there's... I mean, this will just come back. So. Okay, well, that ramps us. Not ideal, but not the end of the world either, honestly. I'll take it. I can understand that. That also puts us one step closer to Massacre Worm, though. Good. Stay shooting up the Hearth Hull. And he's got something else. Crop rotation, maybe fetch land, probably. Maybe not. I don't know what kind of utility land. Okay. Not exactly the most effective at the moment. And yeah, we hit our lands, so we'll attack and massacre. He gains us a life, loses him 2 life. And loot. Card is another one of those ridiculously powerful cards. Moving up. Okay. Animate. So you full value dirge. It gets a 1 creature in the grave. You can reanimate up to 2. For one thing, that 4 value. Now let's see what we put. Something 4 mana value or less, or we could get any creature animated. Vein Ripper. I don't like Vein Ripper. Vein Ripper. Also be Grey Merchant. Yeah, let's do Grey Merchant. Okay. Make it 6. 6. Okay. Kills our creatures, he loses life. Assuming they destroy, no, exile. In a pretty precarious situation. I have Blood Artist open, or up for next turn. So, very specific ways he can have this. Avoid this. Gain him some life. Restoration. Backing land. Lands. Power up. Okay, so drawing. And he scoops it up. Alright. Pretty sure we had him next turn either way. I usually skip these. The nature of Arena means sometimes it feels like you win out, but win kill. But a lot of the time it feels like Arena setting one or the other player to win. I mean, maybe that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but I've played a lot of Arena. A lot. Just in the time that Steam had it. My apologies, folks. I accidentally closed the game. That's okay. But just in the time it was on Steam, I've played 1,360 hours. And I've played it many, many, many hours before that.
trying to remember when it came out on Steam. When did it find out? May 23rd, 2023. So that's months shy of 3. So I put 1,300 hours on Arena in 3. I mean, some of that time was the game just running in the background, to be fair, but a lot of it wasn't. And then I started when... Oh, what was the set? Card that I played in my first deck was Cavalcade of Calamity. You know, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Cool card. Yeah, so... Cavalcade of Calamity. Oops. Well, that was all kinds of messed up. Two-mana enchantment from Ravnica Allegiance. Whenever a creature you control with power 1 or less attacks, this enchantment deals 1 damage to the player or planeswalker the creature's attacking. So the idea being you just flood the board with a bunch of one power creatures, get out the cavalcades, and attack. Unfortunately does not translate super well to like Brawl and Commander because you can only have the 1 copy, and if you're doing kind of a go wide strategy, you probably want to be pumping your creatures. But it's fantastic in a 60 card format where you can have 4 copies. Stacking copies of this card mean crazy number. And later on it got combined with stuff like where is he? Yeah, with Thorbrand, meaning each ping was 3 damage instead of just 1. And this was all before oh shoot. Okay, what's Embercleave? This was before Embercleave. Embercleave came shortly after. And that was the deck for a long time too. If you know, you know. Let's see, Cavalcade of Calamity came out in Ravnica Allegiance. And Ravnica Allegiance came out in 2019. January 2019. So sometime after that was when I started using Arena. So 7 years ago now. Yeah. So I've had time where I've had times where I took time off from Arena. So it's not exactly this, but probably close to 5,000 hours on Arena, if not more. And in that time, I've noticed some trends. Not exactly healthy ones or fun ones. Alright, let's try another game. All that is to say, don't believe them when they say things aren't a little bit rigged. And people will say that. Arcades, defender.deck. Play a bunch of defending creatures, draw lots of cards off of Arcades. This hand is fine. I do like the boots. I would like to hit another land if I can. That would make this better. And I got several creatures to help, or to use with our, my commander's ability. Opponent on Evolving Isles. Alright, cool. Hit another land. And we'll just play the boots. Next turn we can play and equip it. Or something else. We hit another 2-drop. Opponent could have a counter spell here, but I'm okay with that. Got Plague Crafter as a follow-up, which is quite a good follow-up. Or get Rylex out and set up for future turns. With KO.
Finally,
Makes
a chance to prove my skills. This is what I trained for.
Yep. I'm not super worried about the wall, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to get Rylex out. It's got instant, or I could just set up other cards. Let's go ahead and set up Pitiless. No reason to attack. Also got Ravenous Chupacabra to kill off a creature. Definitely what I'm going to be doing if he plays his commander. Don't want to let this stick out. It's one of many, many, many commanders that you want to try and kill as much as possible. Otherwise, it will just snowball on it.
Put me out front.
I wonder if I'm... Okay. Alright, so we're just going to kill his commander. And also kill his Planeswalker.
This was a valuable experience.
Alright. One thing we're pretty good at is killing creatures. Suspicious bookcase. And looking at our stuff. Maybe a removal spell. Okay, so I just can't move the boots. That's fine. Don't care about that really at all. Okay. Yeah, let's. And opponent scoops up. Sometimes you can just feel the frustration on your opponent's side. That was one of those times. They probably thought I was taking too long. I might have actually played against that opponent once. I know they only attacked once, but it was an irrational attack that didn't make any sense. I mean, it didn't do anything. He didn't have any mana open to make it bigger, so it wasn't like he was bluffing a pump spell. I mean, I don't even know. Is mutagenic growth on here? It is green. I don't know if it's on here. Mutagen. It is not on here, so couldn't have even had like a free pump spell. And I remember like probably like a year ago now, I played against an Arcades deck, and he never did an attack with everything. No matter what was going on, no matter if I had blockers, I could kill off his creatures. Every time, every turn, full send. And like I said, I know he only attacked with the one creature once, but considering it was an irrational attack, feels pretty likely that maybe it's the same guy. Or maybe that's just a thing Arcades players do. I don't know. Either way, if you're that impatient, I don't know what you're doing on Arena, because we're going to waste your time. I at least take my time only when I'm actually thinking. I don't rope people, and I think anybody who does really should rethink it. It's a terrible practice. Joy Weatherlight Captain. Okay, so their commander is Paradox Engine. I know it says Joyra Weatherlight Captain, but that's not their commander. Their commander is Paradox Engine. This commander is always a Paradox Engine. By the way, Paradox Engine is banned in Commander, a format traditionally with 4 players. It is banned in a format where 3 other players are there to try and stop you, and they still decided to ban it. But for some reason, Wizards of the Coast decided Paradox Engine was okay in a one-on-one format where there's only 1 player to stop you. You tell me if that makes sense. This hand is slow but fine. Got some good cards. Buried Alive is one of the best cards in the deck. It's basically a second copy of Sephiroth. Is what a lot of times what I can do is find Bloodghast plus Sephiroth, some other card. Doesn't really matter. Play a land, get the Bloodghast back, sack it to CDC to get Sephiroth. And Sephiroth, of course, is insane. I might even say a mistake. Yet another card on my long list of those kind of cards. There's lots of mistakes in recent years, which is why I prefer Commander, because at least with mistakes, you have other players to help you combat those really broken cards. This is a poor approximation of Commander, especially the one-on-one aspect of it. Please, please, Wizards, please. Please. Give us a way to play digital Commander for players. And I'm not talking about the virtual tabletop stuff. I've done that, and it's fun, but not as good as in person. At least with a digital format, and all the rules and stuff could be handled that way. Nobody could cheat, because people, trust me, people cheat in whatever the webcam EDH thing online. The thing that came out during COVID. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I not say COVID? I forget. Is that of its word? You know, that time where everybody was at home? Yeah, that time. Okay, cool. So I'll do the Buried Alive trick next turn, since I'll have a land to play. I'll play Bastion this turn. And rather than risk my commander being tapped for some effect he might have, I prefer... Oh, that's a token. Used to be that token. Cool. Neat token. Semblance Anvil. Good card. A little risky. If someone removes this, they're automatically getting a 2-for-1. Alright. Aura. I mean, don't get me wrong, though. Very powerful. Okay, so, Buried Alive. It's Bloodghast and where's the bad guy? There he is. And then any other card is fine. You can something that reanimates itself. Something for 4 that you can reanimate. I do have a 4-drop in my hand, so maybe like Grey Merchant is good here. Or High Society Hunter for some more card draw. Or Cavalier for some removal. Actually, I like Cavalier because Joyra, you don't want to leave them. And then you go play a land. In fact, I can break some power. And A2, get Sephiroth back. Sacrifice the token to draw a card. And yeah, that's a good turn. I would call that a win. Or, well, not a win. Opponent looking at my Bastion maybe has removal. Although there's not a lot in red and blue that can blow up enchantments. Opponent on Joyra. So next turn we can play Gixian Puppeteer. Reanimating Cavalier with it. Also getting back the Bloodghast to sacrifice to the Cavalier. Seems good. And yeah, this combination is insane. Very, very powerful. Okay, so you go shrimp. Bring it back. Puppeteer. Sacrifice the Puppeteer. Bringing back the Cavalier. Sacrifice the Bloodghast. Go up their commander. Leeching. And do we try to flip Zephyr? You know what? We do. And I'm even going to sacrifice my commander. Or wait, you know what? No. We just make the black mana. Cavalier. Because we want to flip Zephyr off. Excellent. Reanimate? Yeah, let's do that. Sacrificing. Excellent. Yeah, we're in the money here. Down to 6. I would be very surprised if he could go back to that. Because at the very least we now have this emblem. Magic Lantern, fixing mana. But I don't think he... Firing Statuary is also pretty good, although less good in a deck where you're playing mostly artifacts, because it doesn't let you cast art. And game? Yeah. Yep, that's what I expected. And no, I'm not gonna do that. That was very, very strong showing for DC. Alright. Let's see. Let's do a test run of the deck we're going to play in our next series. Our next session. Let's try Leo Rabbits. Leo's Rabbits. You can probably guess what this is. Probably my favorite part about it is that it is a common commander using the common Leo. That's probably my favorite part about it. One turtle and a room of rabbits. Katara, the water bending master. This card is disgusting. I don't understand why they thought it was okay. But it is what it is. So yeah, as you probably guessed, Heir Apparent is deck or the card we're built around. Everything else is around to support that. And is fine. Leo, just kind of as a finisher. Whatever creature they don't block becomes massive by sneaking in Leo for only 1 mana. This card is kind of insane if you think about it. This is common. A common that does this. Alright, just play a land. Got swords to deal with an early Katara. Which... yeah, if he decides to play it next turn... Play that to make it look like I'm just kind of doing my thing. Opponent holds up mana. Okay. Fine. We'll go ahead and attack. And we're gonna sneak. See what he's got. At the very least, it lets us replay the Cottontail Caretaker. Pay for it. Alright. These kind of decks, you just want to force them to have it. You don't play scared. You just keep playing hard. Okay, play the Caretaker. And I honestly don't care if this gets countered. I'm gonna get them out of their hand. And this card already did its work. And Beacon. Guard. F-Net's Monument. Okay. Interesting. I tapped that way. That was an auto tap, and it automatically tapped all his blue sources. They prioritized this? That's really strange. I don't like that. I don't think anybody else would either. Land would be great here, but I don't get it. That's okay. We'll just play Heir Apparent. Counters or not, I don't really care. But it does make our Leo bigger. And just get in. Cards like Duty Beyond Death and Dawn's Truce aren't super useful. I mean, this is a bit more useful because they give hexproof. But they're not going to have board wipes. Additionals. Okay. It is still holding back. Okay. Fine. When it gets F-Net's Monument trigger. That's fine. When it passes, we're going to go ahead and attempt the swords now. Counters it, that's fine. I have to have up to 3 lands. That's really annoying. Means he can still have a counter, but what are you going to do? Okay, let's just play this guy. I mean, eventually they have to run out of counterspell. That is the problem with this card, though. Is it just refills your hand. And pretty soon, if I don't hit lands, it's going to mean I definitely need to start hitting lands. I think this time it's not that bad. You draw a card, discard. Ugh. When he starts drawing more than he's discarding, which is literally just right after that, like 2 experience counters, it's ridiculous. Okay, finally hit a land. That's something. Okay, just play Heir Apparent. Okay, play it again. And I'm not attacking, because if he does attack, I'm blocking. Yes, he'll still get to draw the card. And that's another problem with this. He just gets to draw if he attacks. He doesn't even have to deal combat damage. Gross. Okay, that's something at least. Right? Just play the rabbit. I'd be surprised if this resolves. Oh my goodness. Alright, he's got some interaction, I'm sure. Oh, that was the wrong order for ability. What are you gonna do? I do have protection, so that could be something. Opponent looking at his lander token, and sacrificing. With 5 cards in hand, it's hard to believe there's not any interaction, but maybe we're lucky. Something's going on. Okay. Down to 12. Probably Balam. Or, I would have definitely done that myself. Replays Katara. You know what? This is probably the best use I'm going to get. We can counter it, that's fine, but it gets out of his hand at least. Gives me a bird. I'll take a bird. I will take a bird. Ugh. Okay, full control. Make sure this does this. Okay, we want to order the triggered abilities so you get the offspring first. So both heir apparents each other and make tokens. Don't need the instructor. I mean, we're not in bad shape. Unfortunately, he can just draw 4 cards. Okay, so we can only hope he doesn't hit a board wipe. He notably does have enough mana for Cyclonic Rift right now. So, I mean, but there's nothing we can do to stop that. We can start drawing with Minas Tirith, which is... Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to do this now. We can sneak this in, actually. And actually, that counters this spell. Because it has no targets anymore. Any spell that targets that doesn't have targets anymore will fizzle. And I think he's just dead. Yeah, I'm not going to bother. Yes! Excellent. Excellent. That feels good. That feels good. I love it. I love winning against the hard, counter everything you do deck. Just so oppressive, so annoying to play against. You're basically sitting there throwing your cards in the trash until finally something sticks. And if it ever does. And Katara just draws you all the counters. It's so annoying. So annoying. Thankfully, he didn't have Cyclonic Rift, because that would have screwed me. If there's any other instant speed bounce your stuff card. Anyway, that's a little bit of a preview of the deck we're going to be playing next time. We'll go over it then. This started out as an attempt to play my Explore deck, but I didn't win any games with it. I think 5 losses. So, turned into a bit of a variety time. Hope you enjoyed. Please consider subscribing, hitting that like button. You might think you're subscribed, but you might not be. So just go ahead and check. It can't hurt. Takes a second, and subscribing helps immensely. Thanks for watching, folks. I will see you the next one. This is the Smith signing out.